Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare. Hare.
Weird.
Hare Krishna.
That doesn't sound normal.
Welcome to ISKCON of Silicon Valley and to Janmāṣṭamī 2024. Hare Krishna. Today we've been celebrating Janmāṣṭamī. It's the most well-known of international festivals. Millions of people from all cultures come and celebrate Janmāṣṭamī. Here in the United States, of course, it was made popular by the founder of our organization, is Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. When he traveled from India to America, his intention was to bring the system of following Bhagavad Gita, a process that had been inaugurated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Of course, everyone knows Bhagavad Gita comes from Krishna. And the Vedas date back to, according to the Vedas themselves, the very beginning of creation. But there's a way in which the culture that facilitates following the Bhagavad Gita, a widespread approach that can cross all boundaries, was not forthcoming. When our teacher came from India, he left from Calcutta. In fact, now, when you go to Calcutta, you can find there the dock that Srila Prabhupada got on the Jaladuta from. And when I first saw it, I felt a kind of chill go up my spine and my hair stand on end, because it was a very significant voyage. And there's something else noteworthy about his voyage to America, that the dock where he got on the ship called Jaladuta, for which he had no money, at the time that he decided to come to the United States of America, he was bereft of any resource. He had been successful in business. However, as he put it later, based on a verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, in which Krishna mentions that when he does his devotee a favor, he takes away all his money. And he was in that situation, and therefore, to make his voyage to America, he had to beg passage from the owner of the steamship company. The Scindia Steamship Company's owner, a woman, Sumati Murarji, was friends with Prabhupada. She had been to his programs and knew him as a sadhu. So when he came and asked for passage for free, it wasn't that it was a luxury ship or there was some arrangement on a comfortable boat, but rather it was a cargo ship that was bringing over goods. And she arranged for a small cabin on the ship for him, albeit reluctantly, because she said, "You're too old." Many people told Prabhupada at that time, said sadhus are not supposed to cross the ocean. This was a well-known Hindu-esque idea that if you cross the ocean, you'll be contaminated because you'll go to the land of the Malechas, Chandals. Nonetheless, Srila Prabhupada had met his guru years before, who had asked him the instant that he met him that, "I want you to go and teach this in the Western countries and make it available in the English-speaking countries." He had taken that instruction to heart. he had incubated it in his heart. And he had the idea that he would be successful in business, and then he would have enough money so he could facilitate some kind of a center in America, have passage to fly here and so forth. He didn't have any of that. But what he did have was the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. As many of you know, or maybe I should ask, how many of you know how many cantos are in the Srimad Bhagavatam for 20 points? All of you don't count. How many canto? 12. The answer is 12. 12 cantos in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada had translated and given commentary on the first canto, and it was in 3 volumes. He had arranged for that painstakingly, as you can imagine, and as anyone here who has ever written anything, even a pamphlet, knows, it's not so easy to write and get something published, what to speak of 3 volumes of books. He had skimped and saved on the little money that he did have, and he was able to put that together. And that's the only real cargo that he had, besides a few personal effects that he brought on the ship. He did it at an advanced age. He was around 70 years old when he left for America, and he was alone. And as he describes in some of his recollections of the journey, he only had a few rupees, and they were not convertible at that time. It was not like he could trade them in. Besides, he had apparently only 35 rupees. It wasn't enough to live in New York City for even a week. So when we, as a group, had gone, we've been going regularly to Calcutta to look at some of the places where, first of all, where Prabhupada was born, in a section of Calcutta. And then one of our favorite places is the place where he got on the Jaladuta. There's a bridge, and you can get off in that bridge, and from the perspective of the bridge, you can see, even now, it's still an active port, and many ships leave from there to come to the west. But one interesting aspect of this that I had not known several years ago, and I discovered when I first went to that place, is that the ships there are on the Ganga. The sacred Ganges River goes, as you know, through Calcutta, and it's from there that the cargo is loaded, and then the ships go out into the ocean, but they leave from the Ganges. It struck me as an auspicious sign for Prabhupada's journey. And in thinking about the success that he had when he came to America, it brings up an important point. And that is that Krishna is always willing to help his devotees. In fact, as the Shastra says, Nityo Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitananam Eko Bahunam Yo Viditati Kaman, which means that there's a plurality of eternals. There's one supreme eternal, and then there are many dependent eternals. That one supreme eternal is Krishna, and every other living entity is dependent on Krishna. And Krishna, as he says in the Bhagavad Gita, I stay in everyone's heart. I arrange for them to have intelligence, knowledge, forgetfulness. You might know the verse, Sarvasya chaham hridisani vishto mataksmitir jnanam apohanam cha vedaishcha sarver hameva vedyo vedanta kridveda vedeva chaham. Where Krishna says, I'm always there with you in your heart. If you've ever noticed that you're able to solve a problem that seems unsolvable, and then you notice that the intelligence came to you from some place, that's Krishna saying, yeah, that's me. And In the Gita, Krishna says, Bhoktaram yagyatapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suridam sarvabhutanam gyapa mam shantim brichyati. He said, if you want peace in your life, you can try to understand three principles. One is that whatever we produce and whatever we have, when we give it to Krishna, then we ourselves become nourished and satisfied. When we try to take it independently, then it's a burden on us, because Krishna is called Bhoktaram. He calls himself Bhoktaram, means I can handle all these things, whereas we can't. So he says, whatever you're doing in the Bhagavad Gita, do it as an offering to me. Yat karoshi rashnashi yat juhosi dadasi yat tapasyasi konteya tat kurushva manarpanam. That means, Krishna says, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, whatever austerity you perform, do that as an offering to me. So the first principle is counterintuitive, because I think, well, what about me? How will I be taken care of? But many great saints have analyzed the fact that those who don't have any means to take care of themselves seem to be taken care of anyway. Shall I give some examples? I need a quorum. That's pretty close. What about ants? How many ants are there? Try to make an educated guess. In Mountain View. You want to name a number, give a number? I'd say around 10 million, billion. And if we investigated ants, which some people do, I don't know if you have to be an entomologist, you find that all the ants in Mountain View are dining tonight, or whenever they eat. I don't know what schedule they're on. But ants have natural food. And as my teacher used to say, if you go to the jungles in Africa and someplace in India, elephants also have everything they need to eat. That is, of course, they've been persecuted, have the elephants. Nonetheless, there's abundant arrangement by Krishna in nature to take care of everyone. Every living entity. Even in biblical context, in a talk supposedly given by Jesus Christ, he advised his disciples to go out and look at the field and notice that the birds were thriving. And they don't have insurance. They don't have a visa. They don't have, what else don't they have? They don't have a birth certificate. What? Social Security? They don't have to pay rent. They just find a little hole somewhere or build a little nest. They already know how to do it. No education, no student loan. Everything provided, including the wherewithal to build a nest. So there's a way in which those who are deep spiritual thinkers, like Narada Muni, for instance, had told his disciple Vyasadeva, Tasyaiva heto prayateta kovido nalavyate yad brahmatam upariyadad. That he said, Talabhyate dukkhavaranyata sukham kalena sarvatra gabira ramasa. A voice came from space. That's why Vijay sits over there. In this verse he says, notice, kalena sarvatra gabira rambasa, that it's natural that there are certain things that come to us unsought. I'll name one thing that comes to us unsought, and I want to see if I can get your agreement on it. Misery. Nobody wakes up in the morning and makes a prayer, please let the IRS call today for a complete audit. No one says, let some disease come to my household. We do the opposite. But do such things come unsought? Yes, they come in due course of time. This is what Narada is saying. And he's saying just as those things come unsought, so similarly the gains that we're all looking for, they also come unsought. Kalena sarvatra gabira rambasai. So he said, in due course of time, all these things will come on their own time. It doesn't mean we don't do our due diligence. It doesn't mean you have to quit work unless you want to become a renunciate, which is not recommended in this age. But it means that be a little thoughtful that everything's being provided by Krishna. And there's a way in which Prahlad Maharaj has also mentioned Naivatmana prabodharayam nijalabha purno manam jananti vidasad karuno vrinite yad yashano bhagavate vididita manam tachchatmane pratimukasya yata mukashri, which means that when you give something to Krishna, he said, then you become you're the one who gains. And he gives this example that if you decorate your face and you're looking in a mirror, then the image in the mirror is also decorated. So he's comparing us to that mirror image, that we're expansions of Krishna. But when we give to Krishna, when we serve Krishna, then we naturally become nourished and beautiful. So this is a principle that most people don't know. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave a very simple process by which everyone can follow the path of Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, a truncated, simple process that anybody can follow. And that is what is called Harinam Sankirtan. This means that the way in which one can please the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the age of Kali Yuga is to perform congregational chanting of God's names. So coming together and chanting is the most highly recommended process in the Kali Yuga. And Srila Prabhupada brought that process with him. He came to New York City and he simply sat down in a park and began to chant. And it attracted spiritually minded people. And that was the genesis of the Krishna consciousness movement. And that's why now there are thousands of centers like this all over the world. One of the takeaways is that anyone, wherever you may live, you can, if you live in a house or an apartment or in a van under a bridge, you can equally apply the process which is effective in this age called the Yuga Dharma. And that's the chanting of Hare Krishna. So forthwith, we're going to experiment, and since we're all here together for the same purpose, and that's to see Krishna or be seen by Krishna, and to please him somehow or another. That's why we came here on his birthday, right? So let's try the Yuga Dharma by chanting together from the heart and sing Krishna's names, since we're here with Krishna. Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Radha Krishna. And on the left-hand side, you see Sriman Mahaprabhu. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Radha Krishna Nahi Anya means that in Kali Yuga, Radha and Krishna combine into one personality, the golden Lord named Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's golden because Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya. Srimati Radharani is golden, correct? What color is Krishna? So when they come together, what color does that make? Golden, apparently. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Sri Madhava Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jai Gaura Madhushvare Jai Gaura Madhushvare Jai Gaura Madhushvare. This is a song written by Bhaktivedanta Thakur. Nam Gai Gaura Madhurishvare. In this song, he says, Grihe Tako, Bane Tako, Shada Hari Boli Dako. How many people here speak Bengali? Okay, that's good. I can go on quoting Bengali with impunity. He says, Grihe Tako, Bane Tako. If you live in a house or you live in the forest, doesn't matter. Shada Hari Boli Dako. Sada means always. Bole Dako. Go on chanting the names of the Lord. Then he says, Suke Duke Bulo Nako. Varane Harinam Korore. Whether you're happy or you're distressed. In both cases, go on chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Next he says, you're trapped in a net called Maya. And he says, try to take shelter of Radha and Krishna by chanting the holy names of the Lord to get free from this net. And he ends the song by saying, we can leave this world at any minute. Jivana hoy lo shesh, na bhaji le rishikesh. Just remember that nothing's guaranteed. We don't know if we're going to live 5 years, 50 years, or 5 seconds. Therefore he says, Ek bar naam rashe matore. One time, try to be carried away by the intoxication of the name of Krishna. Nam Gai Gaura Madhushvare. Gai Gaura Madhushvare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama. Jai Gaura Madhushvare. Everyone. Grihe Tako, Bane Tako, Sadahari Bole Tako, Grihe Tako, Bane Tako, Suke Duke Bulo Nako, Varane Ari Nam Korore. Nam Gai Gaura Madhushvare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gautam Madhusware. Maya jalle badda hoye, achomit shekajloye. Maya jalle badda hoye, eko noche tanna peye, Radha Madhav nam bolore. Nam Gai Gaura Madhusware. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nam Gai Gauram Madhusware. Jivana hoelo shesh, na bhajile Hrishikesh. Jivana hoelo shesh, Thakur bhakti vinorupareshe parnam rashe matore bhakti vinod. Nam Gai Gaura Madhusware. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gaura Madhusware. Nam Gai Gaura Madhusware. Gai Gaura Madhusware. Nam Gai Gaura Madhusware. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. So we're counting down the minutes until midnight. And what better way to do it than to go on chanting the holy names of Krishna? In the Srimad Bhagavatam it is said, Etan nirvidyamananam ichatam makutobayam yoginam nripanirnitam Harer Namana Kirtanam. Shukadev Goswami, the great authority, says, this is already a vetted system. All the great sages have said that this is the perfect system for this age. Etan nirvidyamananam ichatam. It's fearless. Akutobayam. And it's a doubtless way that one will attain success in life, whether one's a king or living simply. Everyone can take part in the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And now, to continue the chanting of Hare Krishna, we have another bhajan for you. But it comes with a warning, like some of the other bhajans. When you hear this, it'll go in your ears and in your heart, and you'll never stop dancing from this day forward. Everywhere you go, even to work, when you walk down the hallway, you'll have a little spring in your step, and everyone will say, what happened to you? And you'll say, I went to the Hare Krishna temple. They played this song, I can't get it out of my head. So if you don't want that to happen, now's a good time. You go out in the parking lot, get a little air, come back here in about 20 minutes, and you'll be safe. We'll save you from that, okay? Everyone want to stay? Okay, here we go. Radha Krishna bol bol. Radha Krishna bol bol. Bolare Shobai. Shri Radha Krishna bol bol. Bolo re Shobai Radha Krishna. Shikariya Shobnodiya Piriche Neche Gornitai. Hari bol, bolo re, shikariya. Hari bol. Radha Krishna bol, bol, bolo re shobai. Radha Krishna bol bol bolo re shobai. Miche mayar boshe jacho beshe kacho habu dubu bai. शोभाए श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण बोल बोल बोलो रे शोभाए जय कृष्ण दास है विश्वास बोले तो आरज़ू को नाय हरि बोलो रे जीव कृष्ण दास राधा कृष्ण बोल बोल बोलो रे शोभाए श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण बोल बोल बोलो रे शोभाए कृष्ण बोलबे जाबे पुलक्का habe jordi anki boli thai Krishna pulakka habe. Okay, get ready, everyone get ready. Krishna bolbe jabe pulakka habe jordi anki boli thai. Gotta put your hands up. Bolbe jabe now. Pulakka habe. We'll try it again. Krishna bolbe jabe pulakka habe jordi anki boli thai. Hari bolo Krishna bolbe jabe Radha Krishna bol bol bolo re shobhai Shri Shri Radha Krishna bol bol bolo re shobhai Radha Krishna bolo Shange chalo e matra bika chai Radha Hari bolo Radha Krishna bolo Radha Krishna bol bol bolo re shobhai Shri Shri Radha Krishna bol bol bolo re shobhai Jai Sakal Vipad Bhakti Vinod Bolin Jakon Om Nam Jai 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 Sakal Vipad Bhakti Vinod Golden Jakon Om Nam Jai. This is your turn. Your turn. Bhakti Vinod. One more time. Jai Sakal Vipad Bhakti Vinod Golden Jakon Om Nam Jai Jai. Hari bolo re jai sakal vipad
Radha Krishna bol bol bolo re sobai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna bol bol bolo re sobai. Jai Sakal Nipot Bhakti Vinod Bolin Jakun Nam Jai Jai. Radha Krishna bolo sange cholo e matra dikha chai. Radha Krishna bolo. Krishna bolbe jabe pulak kahabe jodi anki boli thai. Jeev Krishna Das e Vishwas kole adhiko nai. Niche mayal boshe jacho beshe kacho habu dubai. Shika diya shobna diya preche niche 40 times. Hari bol, hari bol, hari bol nitai gaura hari bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Gaura Premanande. Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki. Shri Harinam Mantra ki. Shri Harinam Prabhu ki. Shri Krishna Janmāṣṭamī ki. Gaura Bhaktivedanta ki. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki. Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham ki. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki. Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi ki. Sambeta Bhaktivedanta ki. Gaur Premanande. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Okay, now we're going to slip in a little tax. You ready to pay your tax? Yes. Okay, we're going to chant. We're going to read the English translations to the 12th chapter of the Gita. We chanted the Sanskrit earlier. Let's see if we can do this. So, in the Gita Mahatmya, it's said that when you read a chapter of Bhagavad Gita, it has a very powerful spiritual influence. Every chapter has its own power. The chapter we're looking at now, or will be in about 32 seconds. It's called Bhakti Yoga. And we're going to read the English together. If you're ready and you want to participate, raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, you're all in. English translation.
Anything? We'll do stuff.
Arjuna inquired altogether, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshiping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons, engaged in the welfare of all, at last achieve me. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Pritha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always, without a doubt. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. If, however, you are unable to work in this consciousness of me, then try to act, giving up all results of your work, and try to be self-situated. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action. For by such renunciation, one can attain peace of mind. One who is not envious, but is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor, and is free, false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. He by whom no one is put into difficulty, and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. My devotee, who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, such a devotee is very dear to me. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with everything. So, is very dear to me. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me. Congratulations, everyone, for reading the full chapter of Bhagavad Gita. We have an international program called CHAD, C-H-A-D, chapter a day. You can find it at readchad.com, and there are thousands of devotees around the world who every day read at least one chapter of Bhagavad Gita, at least the translations or the Sanskrit. And we also recommend reading the purports, the commentary. But if you get on this special diet of reading something from Bhagavad Gita every day, at least one chapter, you'll find that your life drastically improves. Your outlook on the world changes because you start to see through the eyes of Krishna's instructions in the Bhagavad Gita. This is called Shastra Chakshus. Seeing through Shastra, rather than through the lens of your mind, which oftentimes is not reliable. Better to hear directly from Krishna. The Bhagavad Gita is also called Gita-upanishad because it's actually a summary of all the most important aspects of spiritual knowledge that come through the Upanishads. So we have on one hand the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, do we not? Say yes. On the other side we have Bhagavad Gita, right? Say yes. So in one hand, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And on the other hand, what do we have? Are you sure? I'm not sure if you're sure. On the other hand, we have? Yeah, with these two in hand and a little prasadam every day. That's all you need. Hare Krishna. You work with me now. Little prasadam. Some little prasadam, little. Then we can make grand spiritual advancement just with these three things. And then you find a place you can lie down and sleep at night. Maybe 6 feet, 6.5 feet, everything's fine, right? What else are we missing from that formula? Maybe a little service. You want some service? Who wants service? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Yeah, if you get a little service that you do regularly, you can come to the temple, clean something, or help organize something, or if you're an attorney, you can use your legal services, whatever it might be, you can do a little service for Krishna. And on one hand we have, you got to work with me, right? Okay, ready? On one hand we have, other hand we have, then we have little prasadam, then we have a little place to lie down. And what else? Some service. Shravanam, kirtanam, sweepanam, mappanam. Now we're going to go on chanting Hare Krishna because really there's nothing else to do in life but chant Hare Krishna. Do you agree? Okay, you're our kind of people. Let's just keep chanting then. What tune? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Yeah? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Listen. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go Premanande, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Okay, a quiz. Krishna's favorite food. Butter, that's right. Everyone's a winner tonight. So we're going to hear a verse from Queen Kunti where she talks about how Krishna steals butter. What's Krishna's name? Makkanchor, 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 Makkanchor. And a verse from Queen Kunti, what number is it? This verse talks about how Krishna's mother's name is?
Devaki.
Did she chase him?
Yes.
A lot. He ran away a lot. But this one particular day, when there was milk on the stove, and Yashoda put Krishna down, she was breastfeeding him, and then she had to attend to her duties, and they were all for Krishna, but Krishna became angry. He picked up a rock, he broke the butter pot, and with false tears in his eyes, he started to eat the butter and give it to the monkeys. And when his mother came back, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the controller of all, out of fear, ran away from his mother. What's the number? 31? Let's read a verse from the beautiful Srimad Bhagavatam. And Queen Kunti is singing this prayer. 3:31.
1831. That was it. We had it. No? 31. Go pyadede tvai kritagasi damatavad yate dashashukali lanjana sambramaksham vaktram naniya bhava bhavana yastitasya samam bimohayati bhirapi yadbibheti. Okay, everyone, we can sing it all together. Ready, everyone? Gopyadede tvai kritagasi damatavad yate dashashukali lanjana sambramaksham vaktram naniya bhava bhavana yastitasya samam vimohayati bhirapi yadbibheti. And here's the translation. And when we finish this translation, then we're going to sing a song from the Padma Purana, which is usually sung in Kartik. But since in Vrindavan all the seasons merge together into one, we're going to sing it tonight, the Sri Damodar Ashtakam. Let's read it together, number 31. Ready? My dear Krishna, Yashoda took up a rope to bind you when you committed an offense, and your perturbed eyes overflooded with tears, which washed the mascara from your eyes. And you were afraid, though fear personified is afraid of you. This sight is bewildering to me. And now a beautiful song from the Shastra, which describes this pastime. We can all enter into Vrindavan through the window of this beautiful song from the Padma Purana. Would everyone like to try it? Let me count how many said yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everyone else you're going to have? We'll pass out earplugs. And you can cover your eyes. Okay, here we go. We'll try it. Namam Ishvaram Sachi Anandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Vrajamanam. Yashoda Biyolukala Davamanam Adam Vrishtam Atyanta Todrutya Gopya. Dambhe Mukunetra Yugmam Vrijantam Karam Boja Yugmena Satam Kanetram. Muhushvashakam Patere Kankakanta Sita Graivam Damodaram Bhaktivedanta. Swalila Virananda Kunde Swakosham Vimajantam Akyapayantam.
Adiyeshita Keshu Bhaktirjikatvam Abuna Prema Kastam Sata Vritti Vange
Adiyeshita Keshu Bhaktirjikatvam Abuna Prema Kastam Sata Vritti Vange Deva moksham na mokshavadhim va na chanyam vrineham vareshadapiha Deva moksham na mokshavadhim va na chanyam vrineham vareshadapiha Idam deva purnat Balam sada me manasya virastanti manyai Purnata Gopala sada me manasya Idam te mukham bhojam atyantanilair Gopya
Idam te mukham bojam Tyantanilai Tam kundalai snigdharaktaischa gopya
Mohoshchumbitam bimbaraktaadharam me Manasya virastamalam lakshalabhay
Shumbitam bimbaraktaadharam me
Prabhu dukha jalabhimajna Kripa-drishti vrishtyati dinam batano Grihane shamamajane vyakshi drishtya
Padrishti Vrishtyati Dinam Bhatanu Grihane Shamamagyame Dakshi Drishya
Kureratmajavadya mutyaiva yadva Vayamochitau bhakti bhajau kritau cha
Vedatmajau Bhada Nityaiva Yadva Vayamochitau Bhakti Bhajau Kritau Cha
Atha prema bhaktim svakam me prayachha Namokshe graho me stidam udareha
Tata Prema Bhakti
Namaste Sudame Spuradipti Dhame Vadiyodharayana Vishvasya Dhame
Surajiti Vamne Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare,
Everyone ready? We're all going to take a boat back to the spiritual world. You ready to get on? Say yes. Say yes faster.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. We're getting on the boat. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Bolo, bolo.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Hare. Bolo.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Everyone do this.
Krishna 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 Hare
Come on, move.
Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Damana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Damana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha
Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Hare Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram.
Hare Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Rama Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Take that drum!
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai, Radha Manahari, Govinda Jai Jai.
Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai, Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai, Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jai Jai.
Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopal Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey Govinda, hey Gopal. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody now, come on. Hare Krishna. You sound great. Hare Rama.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go pray for them there. Christian Jinka. Okay, everyone, you ready? I don't think you're ready. Say if you're ready or not, because we got a barn burner coming up. Are you ready? Krishna Jinka Nam Gokula Jinka Advaita Jinka Jaya He, Advaita Jinka Maya He. Aishe Shri Kyana Shyama Ko Mere Barambara Pranam He, Kyana Shyama Ko Mere Vita Vita Dedi Makana Kayo Walla Bala Sangha Jenu Charayo. Lutta Vita Dadi Makana Kayo Walla Bala Sangha Jenu Charayo. I say Kripa Dhamma Ko Mere Barambara Pranam. Hey! Tirupandava Ko Yudhama Chayo Arjuna Ko Upadesha Sunayo. Yudhama Chayo Arjuna Ko Upadesha Sunayo. I say Dinanatha Ko Mere Barambara Pranam. Hey! Bhajare, hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Bhajare, hey, Radha Govinda Gopala. Bhajare, hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Work with me, people. Bhajare. Hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Yes. Bhajare. Govinda Gopala Hare. Come on, come on. Govinda Gopala Hare. Radhe Govinda. Radhe Gopala. Radha Madan Mohan. Radha Madhava. Radha Funky Bihari. Radha Damodara. Radha Giridhari. Radha Gokulananda. Radha Gopinatha. Radha Gopi Ballabha. Radha Chittopatnata. Radha Kunja Vihari, Radha Vandanishwara, Dandavika Gindhari, Radha Nila Madhava, Radha Perishishvara, Radha Parthasarthi, Radha Rananatha, Radha Ramana, Radha Rasihari, Radha Shama Sundar, Radha Vrindavan Chandra, Rukmini Dwarkadish, Kishore Kishori, Radha Govinda, Radha Kala Chandri, Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Madan Mohan, Bhajare, hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare, Bhajare, hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Come on, come on. Hey! Halfway, half. Bhajare. Hey! Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. I say Shri Bhagavan ko mere barambar pranam. I say Shri Jnana Shyama ko mere barambar pranam. Jnana Shyama ko mere barambar pranam. Go Premanande Bhajare. Hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Radhe Govinda, Radhe Gopala, Radhe Govinda, Radha Shama Sundar, Radha Bhakti Vihari, Radha Madhava, Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Giri Bhajare. Hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Na Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Jai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Jai Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man. Hey! Joya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man. Hey! Joya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Joya Tonai Hai, Joya Tonai Hai, Iman Joya Tonai Hai, Marke Premade, Imon Joya Tonai Hai, Marke Premade. Joya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Joya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man. Hey! Joya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Ore aparada dure jabe babe prema than. Ore aparada dure jabe babe prema than. Vichar to na hai, vichar to na hai. Oh name apara vichar to na hai. Oh name apara vichar to na hai. Joya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Joya Nitai Chaitanya Bole, Nachre Amar Man. Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man, Nachre Amar Man. Hey! name ruchi habe, guchebe bandhan. Takon, Krishna name ruchi habe, guchebe bandhan. Anurakto habe, Anurakto habe, Krishna name Anurakto habe, Krishna name Anurakto habe, Joy and Sai Chaitanya Chari Amarma. Chaitanya Boli Nachari Amarma, Nachari Amarman, Nachari Amarman, Nachari Amarman, Nachari Amarman. Hey! Goyantai Chaitanya Boli Nachari Amarma. Takona nayase safal habe jivara jiva. Takon anayase safal habe jivara jiva. Jivanto niche hai. Jivanto niche hai, Krishna da Devi na Jivanto niche hai, Krishna Devi na Jivanto niche hai, Goyanta Chaitanya Boli Nachari Amarman. Goyal, Nisai Chaitanya Boli Nachari Amarman. Nachari Amarman, Nachari Amarman, Nachari Amarman, Nachari Amarman. Hey! Goyanta Chaitanya Boli Nachari Amarman. Eshe Vrindavane Radha Shame Pavedasham.
Eshe Vrindavane Radha Shame Pavedasham.
Eshe Vrindavane Radha Shame Pavedasham. Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda appeared on the horizon of Gauda Desh. Krishna is very kind to all living beings. He's known as Karuna Sindhu, the ocean of mercy. He comes in various ways to this world. We're celebrating Janmāṣṭamī today. Krishna deliberately comes to uplift his devotees in this dark material world and to liberate the demons. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the most recent incarnation of Lord Krishna, appeared in Gauda Desh to teach the sublime method of chanting the holy name of the Lord. And now people all over the world are chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. And they're wondering, where did this divine sound vibration come from? Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu uttered this mantra. It entered the hearts of his devotees, and they've been passing on ever since. And now, out of a sense of
intoxication with the holy name. You can hear it when they sleep. When they inhale and then exhale, they say, Lord Krishna, Nach Re Amar Mandoyavitai Chaitanya Nach Re Amar Nach Re Amar Man Nach Re Amar Man Nach Re Amar Man Nach Re Amar Man Hey Nach Re Amar Man Nach Re Amar Man Nach Re Amar Man Nach Re Amar Man Go Premanande Gita Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gora Hari Bol Kirtan's just coming, just now. But another kind of kirtan is to hear from the Srimad Bhagavatam. Now that it's slowing down just a little bit, we're going to take a few minutes to hear from the summary of the Srimad Bhagavatam 10th canto, The Appearance of Lord Krishna. And we're going to put it up on the screen, starting with the first chapter. And just take a few minutes to listen to the Srimad Bhagavatam. Which way should I go? This way.
Krishna, 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 Hey. Krishna, 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 Hey.
Krishna, 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 Hey.
Krishna, 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 Raksha Mam. Krishna, 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 Pahi Mam.
Krishna, 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 Pahima.
Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Raksha Mam.
Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama.
Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahi Mam.
Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahima.
Chapter 1. The Advent of Lord Krishna. Once, the world was overburdened by the unnecessary defense force of different kings who were actually demons but were posing themselves as the royal order. At that time, the whole world became perturbed, and the predominating deity of this earth, known as Bhumi, went to see Lord Brahma to tell her of her calamities due to the demoniac kings. Bhumi assumed the shape of a cow and presented herself before Lord Brahma with tears in her eyes. She was bereaved and was weeping just to invoke the Lord's compassion. She related the calamitous position of the earth, and after hearing this, Lord Brahma became very much aggrieved, and he at once started for the ocean of milk where Lord Vishnu resides. Lord Brahma was accompanied by all the demigods, headed by Lord Shiva, and Bhumi also followed. Arriving on the shore of the milk ocean, Lord Brahma began to pacify Lord Vishnu, who had formerly saved the earthly planet by assuming the transcendental form of a boar. In the Vedic mantras, there is a particular type of prayer called the Purusha Shukta. Generally, the demigods offer their obeisances unto Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by chanting the Purusha Shukta. It is understood herein that the predominating deity of every planet can see the Supreme Lord of this universe, Brahma, whenever there is some disturbance on his planet. And Brahma can approach the Supreme Lord Vishnu, not by seeing him directly, but by standing on the shore of the ocean of milk. There is a planet within this universe called Shweta Dvipa, and on that planet there is an ocean of milk. It is understood from various Vedic literatures that just as there is the ocean of salt water on this planet, there are various kinds of oceans on other planets. Somewhere there's an ocean of milk, somewhere there's an ocean of oil, and somewhere there are oceans of liquor and many other types of liquids. The Purusha Shukta is a standard prayer which the demigods recite to appease the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kshirodakashayi Vishnu. Because he is lying on the ocean of milk, he is called Kshirodakashayi Vishnu. He is the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, through whom all the incarnations within this universe appear. After all, the demigods offered the Purusha Shukta prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They apparently heard no response. Then Lord Brahma personally sat in meditation, and there was a message transmission from Lord Vishnu to Brahma. Brahma then broadcast the message to the demigods. That is the system of receiving Vedic knowledge. The Vedic knowledge is received first by Brahma from the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the medium of the heart. As stated in the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, Tene Brahma Hridaya Adi Kavaye. The transcendental knowledge of the Vedas was transmitted to Lord Brahma through the heart. Here also, in the same way, only Brahma could understand the message transmitted by Lord Vishnu, and he broadcast it to the demigods for their immediate action. The message was this: the Supreme Personality of Godhead would appear on the earth very soon, along with his supreme powerful potencies. And as long as he remained on the earth planet to execute his mission of annihilating the demons and establishing the devotees, the demigods should also remain there to assist him. They should all immediately take birth in the family of the Yadu dynasty, wherein the Lord would also appear in due course of time. The Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, Kṛṣṇa, would personally appear as the son of Vasudeva. Before his appearance, all the demigods, along with their wives, should appear in different pious families in the world just to assist the Lord in executing his mission. The exact word used here is tatpriyartham, which means the demigods should appear on the earth in order to please the Lord. In other words, any living entity who lives only to satisfy the Lord is a demigod. The demigods were further informed that Ananta, the plenary portion of Lord Krishna, who is maintaining the universal planets by extending his millions of hoods, would also appear on earth before Lord Krishna's appearance. They were also informed that Vishnu's external potency, Maya, with whom all the conditioned souls are enamored, would also appear by the order of the Supreme Lord just to execute his purpose. After instructing and pacifying all the demigods, as well as Bhumi, with sweet words, Lord Brahma, the father of all Prajapatis, or progenitors of the universal population, departed for his own abode, the highest material planet called Brahmaloka. The leader of the Yadu dynasty, King Shurasena, was ruling over the country known as Mathura, wherein lies the city of Mathura, as well as the district known as Shurasena, which was named after him. On account of the rule of King Shurasena, Mathura became the capital city of all the kings of the Yadus. Mathura was also made the capital of the kings of the Yadu dynasty because the Yadus were a very pious family and knew that Mathura is the place where Lord Sri Krishna lives eternally, just as he also lives in Dwaraka. Once upon a time, Vasudeva, the son of Shurasena, just after marrying Devaki, was going home on his chariot with his newly wedded wife. The father of Devaki, known as Devaka, had contributed a lavish dowry because he was very affectionate toward his daughter. He had contributed hundreds of chariots completely decorated with gold equipment. At that time, Kamsa, the son of Ugrasen, in order to please his sister Devaki, had voluntarily taken the reins of the horses of Vasudeva's chariot and was driving. According to the custom of the Vedic civilization, when a girl is married, the brother takes the sister and brother-in-law to their home because the newly married girl may feel too much separation from her father's family. The brother goes with her until she reaches her father-in-law's house. The full dowry contributed by Devaka was as follows: 400 elephants, fully decorated with golden garlands, 15,000 decorated horses, and 1,800 chariots. He also arranged for 200 beautiful girls to follow his daughter. The Kshatriya system of marriage, still current in India, dictates that when a Kshatriya is married, a few dozen of the bride's young girlfriends, in addition to the bride, go to the house of the king. The followers of the queen are called maidservants, but actually they act as friends of the queen. This practice is prevalent from time immemorial, traceable at least to the time before the advent of Lord Krishna 5,000 years ago. So Vasudeva brought home another 200 beautiful girls along with his wife Devaki. While the bride and bridegroom were passing along on the chariot, there were different kinds of musical instruments playing to indicate the auspicious moment. There were conch shells, bugles, drums, and kettle drums. Combined together, they were vibrating a nice concert. The procession was passing very pleasingly, and Kṛṣṇa was driving the chariot, when suddenly there was a miraculous sound vibrated from the sky, which especially announced to Kṛṣṇa, "Kṛṣṇa, you are such a fool. You are driving the chariot of your sister and your brother-in-law, but you do not know that the 8th child of this sister will kill you." Kṛṣṇa was the son of Ugrasena of the Bhoja dynasty. It is said that Kṛṣṇa was the most demoniac of all the Bhoja dynasty kings. Immediately after hearing the prophecy from the sky, he caught hold of Devaki's hair and was just about to kill her with his sword. Vasudeva was astonished at Kṛṣṇa's behavior, and in order to pacify the cruel, shameless brother-in-law, he began to speak as follows, with great reason and evidence. He said, "My dear brother-in-law Kṛṣṇa, you are the most famous king of the Bhoja dynasty, and people know that you are the greatest warrior and a valiant king. How is it that you are so infuriated that you are prepared to kill a woman who is your own sister at this auspicious time of her marriage? Why should you be so much afraid of death? Death is already born along with your birth. From the very day you took your birth, you began to die. Suppose you are 25 years old. That means you've already died 25 years. Every moment, every second, you are dying. Why then should you be so much afraid of death? Final death is inevitable. You may die either today or in 100 years. You cannot avoid death. Why should you be so much afraid? Actually, death means annihilation of the present body. As soon as the present body stops functioning and mixes with the 5 elements of material nature, the living entity within the body accepts another body according to his present actions and reactions. It is just like when a man walks on the street. He puts forward his foot, and when he is confident that his foot is situated on sound ground, he lifts the other foot. In this way, one after another, the bodies change and the soul transmigrates. See how the plant worms change from one twig to another so carefully. Similarly, the living entity changes his body as soon as the higher authorities decide on his next body. As long as a living entity is conditioned within this material world, he must take material bodies one after another. His next particular body is offered by the laws of nature, according to the actions and reactions of this life. The body is exactly like one of the bodies which we always see in dreams. During our dream of sleep, we create so many bodies according to mental creation. We have seen gold, and we have also seen a mountain. So in a dream, we can see a golden mountain by combining the two ideas. Sometimes in a dream, we see that we have a body which is flying in the sky, and at that time we completely forget our present body. Similarly, these bodies are changing. When you have one body, you forget the past body. During a dream, We may make contact with so many new kinds of bodies, but when we are awake, we forget them all. And actually, these material bodies are the creations of our mental activities. But at the present moment, we do not recollect our past bodies. The nature of the mind is flickering. Sometimes it accepts something, and immediately it rejects the same thing. Accepting and rejecting is a process of the mind in contact with the 5 objects of sense gratification: form, taste, smell, sound, and touch. In its speculative way, the mind comes in touch with the objects of sense gratification. And when the living entity desires a particular type of body, he gets it. Therefore, the body is an offering by the laws of material nature. The living entity accepts a body and comes out again into the material world to enjoy or suffer according to the construction of the body. Unless we have a particular type of body, we cannot enjoy or suffer according to our mental proclivities inherited from the previous life. The particular type of body is actually offered to us according to our mental condition at the time of death. The luminous planets like the sun, moon, or stars reflect themselves in different types of reservoirs like water, oil, or ghee. The reflection moves according to the movement of the reservoir. The reflection of the moon is on the water, and the moving water makes the moon also appear to be moving. But actually, the moon is not moving. Similarly, by mental concoction, the living entity attains different kinds of bodies, although actually he has no connection with such bodies. But on account of illusion, being enchanted by the influence of Maya, the living entity thinks that he belongs to a particular type of body. That is the way of conditioned life. Suppose a living entity is now in a human form of body. He thinks that he belongs to the human community, or a particular country, or a particular place. He identifies himself in that way and unnecessarily prepares for another body, which is not required by him. Such desires and mental concoctions are the cause of different types of bodies. The covering influence of material nature is so strong that the living entity is satisfied in whatever body he gets, and he identifies with that body with great pleasure. Therefore, I beg to request you not to be overwhelmed by the dictation of your mind and body. Vasudeva thus requested Kṛṣṇa not to be envious of his newly married sister. One should not be envious of anyone, because envy is the cause of fear both in this world and in the next, when one is before Yamaraj, the Lord of punishment after death. Vasudeva appealed to Kṛṣṇa on behalf of Devaki, stating that she was his younger sister. He also appealed at an auspicious moment, at the time of marriage. A younger sister or brother is supposed to be protected as one's child. The position is overall so delicate, Vasudeva reasoned, that if you kill her, it will go against your high reputation. In this way, Vasudeva tried to pacify Kṛṣṇa by good instruction as well as by philosophical discrimination. But Kṛṣṇa was not to be pacified because his association was demoniac. Because of his demoniac association, he was a demon, although born in a very high royal family. A demon never cares for any good instruction. He is just like a determined thief. One can give him moral instruction, but it will not be effective. Similarly, those who are demoniac or atheistic by nature can hardly assimilate any good instruction, however authorized it may be. That is the difference between demigods and demons. Those who can accept good instruction and try to live their lives in that way are called demigods, and those who are unable to take such good instruction are called demons. Failing in his attempt to pacify Kṛṣṇa, Vasudeva wondered how he would protect his wife Devaki. When there is imminent danger, an intelligent person should try to avoid the dangerous position as far as possible. But if, in spite of endeavoring by all intelligence, one fails to avoid the dangerous position, there is no fault on his part. One should try his best to execute his duties, but if the attempt fails, he is not at fault. And Vasudeva thought of his wife as follows: "For the present, let me save the life of Devaki. Then later on, if there are children, I shall see how to save them." He further thought, if in the future I get a child who can kill Kṛṣṇa, just as Kṛṣṇa is thinking, then both Devaki and the child will be saved, because the law of providence is inconceivable. But now, some way or other, let me save the life of Devaki. There is no certainty how a living entity contacts a certain type of body, just as there is no certainty how a blazing fire comes in contact with a certain type of wood in the forest. When there is a forest fire, it is experienced that the blazing fire sometimes leaps over one tree and catches another by the influence of the wind. Similarly, a living entity may be very careful in the matter of executing his duties, but it is still very difficult for him to know what type of body he is going to get in the next life. Maharaj Bharat was very faithfully executing the duties of self-realization, but by chance he developed temporary affection for a deer, and in his next life he had to accept the body of a deer. Vasudeva, after deliberating on how to save his wife, began to speak to Kṛṣṇa with great respect, although Kṛṣṇa was the most sinful man. Sometimes it happens that a most virtuous person like Vasudeva has to flatter a person like Kṛṣṇa, a most vicious person. That is the way of all diplomatic transactions. Although Vasudeva was deeply aggrieved, he smiled outwardly. He addressed the shameless Kṛṣṇa in that way because he was atrocious. Vasudeva said to Kṛṣṇa, "My dear brother-in-law, please consider that you have no danger from your sister. You're awaiting some danger because you have heard a prophetic voice in the sky. But that danger is to come from the sons of your sisters, who are not present now. And who knows, there may or may not be sons in the future. Considering all this, you are safe for the present. Nor is there cause of fear from your sister. If there are any sons born of her, I promise that I shall present all of them to you for necessary action." Kṛṣṇa knew the value of Vasudeva's word of honor, and he was convinced by his argument. For the time being, he desisted from the heinous killing of his sister. Thus Vasudeva was pleased and praised the decision of Kṛṣṇa. In this way, he returned to his home. Each year thereafter, in due course of time, Devaki gave birth to a child. Thus, she gave birth to 8 male children, as well as 1 daughter. When the first son was born, Vasudeva kept his word of honor and immediately brought the child before Kṛṣṇa. It is said that Vasudeva was very much elevated and famous for his word of honor, and he wanted to maintain this fame. Although it was very painful for Vasudeva to hand over the newly born child, Kṛṣṇa was very glad to receive him. But he became a little compassionate with the behavior of Vasudeva. This event is very exemplary. For a great soul like Vasudeva, there is nothing considered to be painful in the course of discharging one's duty. A learned person like Vasudeva carries out his duties without hesitation. On the other hand, a demon like Kṛṣṇa never hesitates in committing any abominable action. It is said, therefore, that a saintly person can tolerate all kinds of miserable conditions of life. A learned man can discharge his duties without awaiting favorable circumstances. A heinous person like Kṛṣṇa can act in any sinful way, and a devotee can sacrifice everything to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Kamsa became satisfied by the action of Vasudeva. He was surprised to see Vasudeva keeping his promise and being compassionate upon him, and he began to speak as follows. My dear Vasudeva, you need not present this child to me. I am not in danger from this child. I have heard that the 8th child born of you and Devaki will kill me. Why should I accept this child unnecessarily? You can take him back. When Vasudeva was returning home with his firstborn child, although he was pleased by the behavior of Kamsa, he could not believe in him because he knew that Kamsa was uncontrolled. An atheistic person cannot be firm in his word of honor. One who cannot control the senses cannot be steady in his determination. The great politician Chanakya Pandit said, "Never put your trust in a diplomat or a woman. Those who are addicted to unrestricted sense gratification can never be truthful, nor can they be trusted with any faith." At that time, the great sage Narada came to Kamsa. He was informed of Kamsa's becoming compassionate to Vasudeva and returning his firstborn child. Narada was very eager to accelerate the descent of Lord Krishna as soon as possible. He therefore informed Kamsa that in Vrindavana, personalities like Nanda Maharaj and all the other cowherd men and their wives, and on the other side Vasudeva, his father Shurasena, and all his relatives born in the family of Vrishni of the Yadu dynasty, along with all their friends and well-wishers, were actually demigods. Narada warned Kamsa to be careful of them, since Kamsa and his friends and advisors were all demons. Demons are always afraid of demigods. After being thus informed by Narada about the appearance of the demigods in different families, Kamsa at once became very much alarmed. He understood that since the demigods had already appeared, Lord Vishnu must be coming soon. He at once arrested both his brother-in-law Vasudeva and Devaki and put them behind prison bars. Within the prison, shackled in iron chains, Vasudeva and Devaki gave birth to a male child year after year, and Kamsa, thinking each one of the babies to be the incarnation of Vishnu, killed them one after another. He was particularly afraid of the 8th child, but after the visit of Narada, he came to the conclusion that any child might be Krishna. Therefore, it was better to kill all the babies who took birth from Devaki and Vasudeva. This action of Kamsa is not very difficult to understand. In the history of the world, there are many instances of persons in the royal order who have killed their father, brother, or whole family and friends for the satisfaction of their ambitions. There is nothing astonishing about this, for members of the demoniac, greedy royal order can kill anyone for their nefarious ambitions. Kamsa was made aware of his previous birth by the grace of Narada. He learned that in his previous birth he had been a demon of the name Kalanemi and that he had been killed by Vishnu. Having now taken his birth in the Bhoja family, he decided to become the deadly enemy of the Yadu dynasty. Krishna was going to take birth in that family, and Kamsa was very much afraid that he would be killed by Krishna, just as he had been killed in his last birth. He first of all imprisoned his father Ugrasena because he was the chief king among the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhaka dynasties, and he also occupied the kingdom of Shurasena, Vasudeva's father. He declared himself the king of all such places. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the first chapter of Kṛṣṇa, the advent of Lord Krishna. Chapter 2. Prayers by the demigods for Lord Krishna in the womb. King Kamsa not only occupied the kingdoms of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhaka dynasties and the kingdom of Shurasena, but he also made alliances with all the other demoniac kings as follows: the demon Pralamba, demon Baka, demon Chanura, demon Trinavarta, demon Akasura, demon Mushtika, demon Arishta, demon Dvivida, demon Putana, demon Keshi, and demon Denuka. At that time, Jarasandha was the king of Magadha province, known at present as Bihar state. Thus, by his diplomatic policy, Kamsa consolidated the most powerful kingdom of his time under the protection of Jarasandha. He made further alliances with such kings as Banasura and Bhaumasura, until he was the strongest. Then he began to behave most inimically toward the Yadu dynasty, into which Krishna was to take his birth. Being harassed by Kamsa, the kings of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhika dynasties took shelter in different states, such as the state of the Kurus, the state of the Panchalas, and the states known as Kaikeya, Shalva, Vidarbha, Nishada, Videha, and Koshala. Kamsa broke the solidarity of the Yadu kingdom, as well as the Bhoja and Andhika. He made his position the most solid within the vast tract of land known at that time as Bharatvarsha. When Kamsa was killing the 6 babies of Devaki and Vasudeva, one after another, many friends and relatives of Kamsa approached him and requested him to discontinue these heinous activities, but all of them became worshippers of Kamsa. When Devaki became pregnant for the 7th time, a plenary expansion of Krishna, known as Ananta, appeared within her womb. Devaki was overwhelmed with both jubilation and lamentation. She was joyful, for she could understand that Lord Vishnu had taken shelter within her womb. But at the same time, she was sorry that as soon as her child would come out, Kamsa would kill him. At that time, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, being compassionate upon the Yadus, who were fearful due to the atrocities committed by Kamsa, ordered the appearance of Yogamaya, his internal potency. Krishna is the Lord of the universe, but he is especially the Lord of the Yadu dynasty. Yogamaya is the principal potency of the personality of Godhead. In the Vedas, it is stated that the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has multi-potencies. Parasya Shaktir Vividaiva Shruyate. All the different potencies are acting externally and internally, and Yogamaya is the chief of all potencies. The Lord ordered the appearance of Yogamaya in the land of Rajabhumi, in Vrindavan, which is always decorated and full with beautiful cows. In Vrindavan, Rohini, one of the wives of Vasudeva, was residing at the house of King Nanda and Queen Yashoda. Not only Rohini, but many others in the Yadu dynasty were scattered all over the country due to their fear of the atrocities of Kamsa. Some of them were even living in the caves of the mountains. The Lord thus informed Yogamaya, "Under the imprisonment of Kamsa are Devaki and Vasudeva, and at the present moment my plenary expansion Shesha is within the womb of Devaki. You can arrange the transfer of Shesha from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini. After this arrangement, I am personally going to appear in the womb of Devaki with my full potencies. Then I shall appear as the son of Devaki and Vasudeva, and you shall appear as the daughter of Nanda and Yashoda in Vrindavan. Since you will appear as my contemporary sister, and since you will quickly satisfy desires for sense gratification, people within the world will worship you with all kinds of valuable presentations, incense, candles, flowers, and offerings of sacrifice. People who are after materialistic perfection will worship you under the different forms of your expansions, which will be named Durga, Bhadrakali, Vijaya, Vaishnavi, Kumuda, Chandika, Krishna, Madhavi, Kanyaka, Maya, Narayani, Ishani, Sharada, and Ambika. Krishna and Yogamaya appeared as brother and sister, the Supreme Powerful and the Supreme Power. Although there is no clear distinction between the powerful and the power, power is always subordinate to the powerful. Those who are materialistic are worshippers of the power, but those who are transcendentalists are worshippers of the powerful. Krishna is the Supreme Powerful, and Durga is the Supreme Power within the material world. Actually, people in the Vedic culture worship both the powerful and the power. There are many hundreds and thousands of temples of Vishnu and Devi, and sometimes they are worshipped simultaneously. The worshipper of the power, Durga, or the external energy of Krishna, may achieve all kinds of material success very easily. But anyone who wants to be elevated transcendentally must engage in worshipping the powerful in Krishna consciousness. The Lord also declared to Yogamaya, "My plenary expansion, Ananta Shesh, is within the womb of Devaki. On account of being forcibly attracted to the womb of Rohini, he will be known as Sankarshan and will be the source of all spiritual power, or Bala, by which one can attain the highest bliss of life, which is called Ramana. Therefore, the plenary portion, Ananta, will be known after his appearance either as Sankarshan or as Balaram. In the Upanishads, it is stated, Nayam Atma Bala Hinena Labhya. The purport is that one cannot attain the supreme platform of self-realization without being sufficiently favored by Balaram. Bala does not mean physical strength. No one can attain spiritual perfection by physical strength. One must have the spiritual strength which is infused by Balaram, or Sankarshan. Ananta, or Sheshanag, is the source of the power which sustains all the planets in their different positions. Materially, the sustaining power is known as the law of gravitation, but actually it is a display of the potency of Sankarshan. Balaram, or Sankarshan, is the source of spiritual power, or the original spiritual master. Therefore, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, who is also the incarnation of Balaram, is the original spiritual master. And the spiritual master is the representative of Balaram, the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who supplies spiritual strength. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is confirmed that the spiritual master is the manifestation of the mercy of Krishna. Thus ordered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yogamaya circumambulated the Lord and then appeared within this material world according to his order. When Yogamaya, the supreme power of the supremely powerful personality of Godhead, transferred Lord Shesha from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini, both Devaki and Rohini were under Yogamaya's spell, which is called Yoga Nidra. When this was done, people thought that Devaki's 7th pregnancy had been a miscarriage. Thus, although Balaram appeared as the son of Devaki, he was transferred to the womb of Rohini to appear as her son. After this arrangement, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who was always ready to protect his unalloyed devotees, entered within the mind of Vasudeva as the Lord of the whole creation, with full inconceivable potencies. It is understood in this connection that Lord Krishna first of all situated himself in the unalloyed heart of Vasudeva and was then transferred to the heart of Devaki. He was not put into the womb of Devaki by seminal discharge. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, by his inconceivable potency, can appear in any way. It is not necessary for him to appear in the ordinary way, by seminal injection within the womb of a woman. When Vasudeva was sustaining the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead within his heart, he appeared just like the glowing sun, whose shining rays are always unbearable and scorching to the common man. The form of the Lord situated in the pure unalloyed heart of Vasudeva is not different from the original form of Krishna. The appearance of the form of Krishna anywhere, and specifically within the heart, is called Dham. Dham refers not only to Krishna's form, but also as to his name, his qualities, and his paraphernalia. Everything becomes manifest simultaneously. Thus, the eternal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, with full potencies, was transferred from the mind of Vasudeva to the mind of Devaki, exactly as the setting sun's rays are transferred to the full moon rising in the east. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, thus entered the body of Devaki from the body of Vasudeva, without being subject to any of the conditions of an ordinary living entity. Since Krishna was there, it is to be understood that all his plenary expansions, such as Narayana and incarnations like Lord Nrsimha and Varaha, were with him, and they also were not subject to the conditions of material existence. In this way, Devaki became the residence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is one without a second and the cause of all creation. Devaki became the residence of the Absolute Truth, but because she was confined within the house of Kṛṣṇa, she looked just like a suppressed fire, or like misused education. When fire is kept in a jug, the illuminating rays of the fire cannot be very much appreciated. Similarly, misused knowledge, which does not benefit the people in general, is not very much appreciated. So Devaki was kept within the prison walls of Kṛṣṇa's palace, and no one could see her transcendental beauty, which resulted from her conceiving the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kṛṣṇa, however, saw the transcendental beauty of his sister Devaki, and he at once concluded that the Supreme Personality of Godhead had taken shelter in her womb. She had never before looked so wonderfully beautiful. He could distinctly understand that there was something wonderful within the womb of Devaki. In this way, Kṛṣṇa became perturbed because he was sure that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who would kill him in the future, had now come. Kṛṣṇa thought, what is to be done with Devaki? Surely she has Vishnu or Krishna within her womb, so it is certain that Krishna has come to execute the mission of the demigods. And even if I immediately kill Devaki, his mission cannot be frustrated. Kṛṣṇa knew very well that no one can frustrate the purpose of Vishnu. Any intelligent man can understand that the laws of God cannot be violated. His purpose will be served in spite of all impediments offered by the demons. Kṛṣṇa thought, if I kill Devaki at the present moment, Vishnu will enforce his supreme will more vehemently. To kill Devaki just now would be a most abominable act. No one desires to kill his reputation, even in an awkward situation. If I kill Devaki now, my reputation will be spoiled. Devaki is a woman and she is under my shelter. She is pregnant, and if I kill her, immediately my reputation, the results of my pious activities, and my duration of life will all be finished. He further deliberated. A person who is too cruel is as good as dead, even in this lifetime. No one likes a cruel person during his lifetime, and after his death, people curse him. On account of his self-identification with the body, he must be degraded and pushed into the darkest region of hell. Kṛṣṇa thus meditated on all the pros and cons of killing Devaki at the time. Kṛṣṇa finally decided not to kill Devaki right away, but to wait for the inevitable future. But his mind became absorbed in animosity against the personality of Godhead. He patiently waited for the delivery of the child, expecting to kill him, as he had done previously with the other babies of Devaki. Thus being merged in the ocean of animosity against the personality of Godhead, he began to think of Krishna or Vishnu, while sitting, while sleeping, while walking, while eating, while working, in all the situations of his life. His mind became so much absorbed with the thought of the Supreme Personality of Godhead that indirectly he could see only Krishna or Vishnu around him. Unfortunately, although his mind was so absorbed in the thought of Vishnu, he is not recognized as a devotee because he was thinking of Krishna as an enemy. The state of mind of a great devotee is also to be always absorbed in Krishna, but a devotee thinks of him favorably, not unfavorably. To think of Krishna favorably is Krishna consciousness, but to think of Krishna unfavorably is not Krishna consciousness. At this time, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, accompanied by great sages like Narada, and followed by many other demigods, invisibly appeared in the house of Kṛṣṇa. They began to pray to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in select verses, which are very pleasing to the devotees and which award fulfillment of their desires. The first words they spoke acclaimed that the Lord is true to his vow. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna descends to this material world just to protect the pious and destroy the impious. That is his vow. The demigods could understand that the Lord had taken his residence within the womb of Devaki to fulfill his vow, and they were very glad that the Lord was appearing in order to fulfill his mission. Then the demigods addressed the Lord as Satyam Param, or the Supreme Absolute Truth. Everyone is searching after the truth. That is the philosophical way of life. The demigods give information that the Supreme Absolute Truth is Krishna. One who becomes fully Krishna conscious can attain the Absolute Truth. Krishna is the Absolute Truth because, unlike relative truth, he is truth in all the three phases of eternal time. Time is divided into past, present, and future. Krishna is truth always, past, present, and future. In the material world, everything is being controlled by the supreme time in the course of past, present, and future. But before the creation, Krishna was existing, and when there is creation, everything is resting in Krishna. And when this creation is finished, Krishna will remain. Therefore, he is the absolute truth in all circumstances. If there is any truth within this material world, it emanates from the supreme truth, Krishna. If there is any opulence within this material world, the cause of the opulence is Kṛṣṇa. If there is any reputation within this material world, the cause of the reputation is Kṛṣṇa. If there is any strength within this material world, the cause of such strength is Kṛṣṇa. If there is any wisdom and education within this material world, the cause of such wisdom and education is Kṛṣṇa. Therefore, Kṛṣṇa is the source of all relative truths. This material world is composed of 5 principal elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether, and all such elements are emanations from Kṛṣṇa. The material scientists accept these 5 primary elements as the cause of the material manifestation, but the elements in their gross and subtle states are produced by Kṛṣṇa. The living entities who are working within this material world are products of his marginal potency. In the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that the whole manifestation is a combination of 2 kinds of energies of Kṛṣṇa, the superior energy and the inferior energy. The living entities are the superior energy, and the dead material elements are his inferior energy. In its dormant stage, everything remains in Kṛṣṇa. The demigods continue to offer their respectful prayers unto the supreme form of the personality of Godhead, Kṛṣṇa, by analytical study of the material manifestation. What is this material manifestation? It is just like a tree. A tree stands on the ground. Similarly, the tree of the material manifestation is standing on the ground of material nature. This material manifestation is compared to a tree because a tree is ultimately cut off in due course of time. A tree is called vriksha. Vriksha means that thing which will ultimately cut off. Therefore, this tree of the material manifestation cannot be accepted as the ultimate truth, because it is influenced by time. But Kṛṣṇa's body is eternal. He existed before the material manifestation. He is existing while the material manifestation is continuing, and when it will be dissolved, he will continue to exist. Therefore, only Kṛṣṇa can be accepted as the absolute truth.
The Katha Upanishad also cites this example of the tree of the material manifestation standing on the ground of material nature. This tree has 2 kinds of fruits: distress and happiness. Those who are living in the tree of the body are just like 2 birds. One bird is the localized aspect of Kṛṣṇa, known as the Paramatma, and the other bird is the living entity. The living entity is eating the fruits of this material manifestation. Sometimes he eats the fruit of happiness, and sometimes he eats the fruit of distress. But the other bird is not interested in eating the fruit of distress or happiness because he is self-satisfied. The Katha Upanishad states that one bird on the tree of the body is eating the fruits, and the other bird is simply witnessing. The roots of this tree extend in 3 directions. This means that the roots of the tree are the 3 modes of material nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. Just as a tree expands its roots, so by association of the modes of material nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance, one expands his duration of material existence. The tastes of the fruits are of 4 kinds: religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and ultimately liberation. According to the different associations in the 3 modes of material nature, the living entities are tasting different kinds of religiosity, different kinds of economic development, different kinds of sense gratification, and different kinds of liberation. Practically all material work is performed in ignorance, but because there are 3 qualities, sometimes the quality of ignorance is covered with goodness or passion. The taste of these material fruits is accepted through 5 senses. The 5 sense organs through which knowledge is acquired are subjected to 6 kinds of whips: lamentation, illusion, infirmity, death, hunger, and thirst. This material body, or the material manifestation, is covered by 7 layers: skin, muscle, blood, marrow, bone, fat, and semen. The branches of the tree are 8: earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego. There are 9 gates in this body: the 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, 1 mouth, 1 genital organ, 1 rectum. And there are 10 kinds of internal air passing within the body: prana, apana, udana, vyana, samana, etc. The 2 birds seated in this tree, as explained above, are the living entity and the localized Supreme Personality of Godhead, Paramatma. The root cause of the material manifestation described here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead expands himself to take charge of the 3 qualities of the material world. Vishnu takes charge of the mode of goodness, Brahma takes charge of the mode of passion, and Lord Shiva takes charge of the mode of ignorance. Brahma, by the mode of passion, creates this manifestation. Lord Vishnu maintains this manifestation by the mode of goodness, and Lord Shiva annihilates it by the mode of ignorance. The whole creation ultimately rests in the Supreme Lord. He is the cause of creation, maintenance, and dissolution. And when the whole manifestation is dissolved in its subtle form as his energy, it rests within his body. At present, the demigods prayed, the Supreme Lord Krishna is appearing just for the maintenance of this manifestation. Actually, the supreme cause is one, but less intelligent persons, being deluded by the 3 modes of material nature, see that the material world is manifested by different causes. Those who are intelligent can see that the cause is one, Krishna. As it is stated in the Brahma Samhita, Ishvara Parama Krishna, Sarva Karana Karanam. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the cause of all causes. Brahma is a deputed agent for creation, Vishnu is the expansion of Krishna for maintenance, and Lord Shiva is the expansion of Krishna for dissolution. Our dear Lord, the demigods prayed, it is very difficult to understand your eternal form or personality. People in general are unable to understand your actual form. Therefore, you are personally descending to exhibit your original eternal form. Somehow, people can understand the different incarnations of your lordship, but they are puzzled to understand the eternal form of Krishna with 2 hands, moving among human beings exactly like one of them. This eternal form of your lordship gives ever-increasing transcendental pleasure to the devotees, but for the non-devotees, this form is very dangerous. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is very pleasing to the sadhus, paritranaya sadhunam, but this form is very dangerous for the demons, because Krishna also descends to kill the demons. He is, therefore, simultaneously pleasing to the devotees and dangerous to the demons. Our dear lotus-eyed Lord, you are the source of pure goodness. There are many great sages who simply by samadhi or transcendentally meditating upon your lotus feet and thus being absorbed in your thought have easily transformed the great ocean of nescience created by material nature into no more than the water in a calf's hoof print. The purpose of meditation is to focus the mind upon the personality of Godhead, beginning from his lotus feet. Simply by meditation on the lotus feet of the Lord, great sages cross over this vast ocean of material existence without difficulty. Hare Krishna.
Did you finish?
We finished 1 paragraph. I ended a paragraph. We're in the middle of chapter 2.
Can I see? Hare Krishna. O self-illuminated one, The great saintly persons who have crossed over the ocean of nescience by the help of the transcendental boat of your lotus feet have not taken away that boat. It is still lying on this side. If one takes a boat to cross over a river, the boat also goes with one to the other side of the river. And so, when one reaches the destination, how can the same boat be available to those who are still on this side? To answer this difficulty, the demigods say in their prayer that the boat of the Lord's lotus feet is not taken away. The devotees still remaining on this side are able to pass over the ocean of material nature because the pure devotees do not take the boat with them when they cross over. When one simply approaches the boat, the whole ocean of material nescience is reduced to the size of the water in a calf's hoof print. Therefore, the devotees do not need to take the boat to the other side. They simply cross the ocean immediately. Because the great saintly persons are compassionate toward all conditioned souls, the boat is still lying on this side. In other words, one can meditate upon the lotus feet of the Lord at any time, and by so doing, one can cross over the great ocean of material existence. Meditation means concentration upon the lotus feet of the Lord. Lotus feet indicate the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But those who are impersonalists do not recognize the lotus feet of the Lord, and therefore their object of meditation is something impersonal. The demigods express their mature verdict that persons who are interested in meditating on something void or impersonal cannot cross over the ocean of nescience. Such persons are simply imagining that they have become liberated. O lotus-eyed Lord, their intelligence is contaminated because they fail to meditate upon the lotus feet of your Lordship. As a result of this neglectful activity, the impersonalists fall down again into their material way of conditioned life. Although they may temporarily rise to the point of impersonal realization, impersonalists undergo severe austerities and penances to merge themselves into the Brahman effulgence, or impersonal Brahman existence. But their minds are not free from material contamination. They have simply tried to negate the material ways of thinking. That does not mean that they have become liberated. Thus they fall down. Does anyone know these verses? The first one was Tvayam bujaksha kilasatvadamni samadhira veshatateta saike Vatpada potena mahatkritena kurvanti govatsabadam bhavabdyam. That says, Tvayam bujaksha kilasatvadamni, that the ultimate object of meditation is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that one should give one's full attention. This is something also in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the first canto, second chapter. Sutta Goswami says, Tasmad ekena manasa bhagavan sattvatam pati shrotavya kirtitavyasya dyeya pujascha nityada. Tasmad means therefore. Ekena manasa means one-minded. Tasmad ekena manasa bhagavan sattvatam pati. Speaking about the Lord, He's the pati for the sattvatas, the devotees. Shrotavya means that should hear about Krishna. Kirtitavyas, chant about Krishna. Cha, dhyeya, meditate. Pujas, you should worship. Chanityada, and how often should you do it? Always, or at least every day. Because the acharyas say that if you tell those who are on the threshold of devotional service that you should do this all the time, they may say, I can't do it all the time because I have other engagements. Therefore they say that nityada, always, means at least something every day. Don't neglect to do your spiritual practice, to hear or to worship Krishna, chant about Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Vyavasayatmika bhudir ekiha kuranandana bahushaka hyanantashta buddhayo vyavasayinam. And that means that those who don't have this focus on Krishna have an intelligence that's many-branched. Bahu shaka. Shaka means branches and bahu means unlimited. Bahu shaka hi anantas. Anantas means unlimited, actually. So, one, through association with devotees and by the practice of devotional service, can become vyavasayatmika bhutir. Intelligence can become fixed. And in that verse, which is a famous verse in the Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada had taken from the commentary of one of our acharyas that the way to stay focused on Krishna is to stay focused on serving Krishna. And the way to receive service from Krishna is to receive some service from one's spiritual master. So Prabhupada took that as his mainstay in devotional service, that he had received an order from his guru, and he stuck to it always. And he said that was the source of his success. So in these prayers by the demigods, they say, Tvayam bhujaksha kila satvadami samadhi naveshita chetasaike. Cheta eka means same thing, one-pointed attention on Krishna. Then, Tvatpada potena mahatkritena kurvanti govatsa badam vavabdim means Tvatpada potena mahatkritena. Just as we read here, the great souls, like the acharyas, they give us a means by which we can practice devotional service in Silicon Valley or anywhere else and be successful. And that's compared by the demigods to be a boat that can take you across the material world. And as Prabhupada just wrote, when the great acharyas give this boat, they don't take it with them, they leave it for us to get in. But there's something even more amazing about that. Tvatpada potena mahatkritena kurvanti govatsa padam bhavabdim means that the ocean of material nature shrinks when we approach the boat. And how small does it become? About that big, because that's the size of the hoof print of a calf. And one might think, well, I can never cross the ocean, but if the ocean shrinks to this size, then I can easily step over it. And in the next verse that Prabhupada had translated here and given summary of, the demigods say, Yene ravinakshava muktamaninas toyasta bhavada vashuddha budaya aruya Kṛṣṇa parambaram tata patantyato nadritad yushmadangraya. Here they're saying that in order to have sure footing, one must have a relationship with Krishna. Yene avrindaksha vamuktamaninas means that one has to know the lotus-eyed Lord, which means the personality, which means that we have a relationship with the personality of Godhead. And if one doesn't have that relationship, one may imagine that one is liberated, they're saying. But any kind of imaginary liberation that doesn't include one's loving relationship with Krishna is bound to disappoint, because one will fall down from that again. Patantyada. What's more, they say, Ariya Kṛṣṇa Rampadam Tata, that the hard work, the austerity that you put into achieving your imagined state of liberation, that will be a waste of time. So better to dedicate one's activities, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, and one's senses, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, to serving him and to thinking of him. In the Gita, Krishna says in the 8th chapter that it's important to practice remembering him, because the state of mind that we have when we leave this body will determine where we're compelled to go in our next life. It's a question that Arjuna asks Krishna at the beginning of the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And he wants to know, what is karma? Kim tat karma kamadhyama. He asks, what is karma? And Krishna answers that it's the force of our own consciousness obligating us to take various bodies in the material world. Krishna explains this science of transmigration, or as many people say, reincarnation, very clearly in the Bhagavad Gita. For instance, in the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna gives a series of verses that describe how it is that we move from one body to the next, and how we can understand what's taking place. He says, Shariram yaravapnoti yachap yukramatishvara grihitvaitani samyati vayur gandham ivashaya. This is an analogy that when the air passes over a particular area of the earth, for instance, a rose garden, the air would pick up the fragrance of the roses. If it passed over maybe some compost, some composting materials, then it might have it will have a different odor. And that's because of its association with that substance. Shariram yaravapnoti yatyap karmatishvara grihitvaitani samyati vayur gandham ivashayat. And then Krishna says, once we've developed a kind of consciousness because of our association, then the material nature is all accommodating. Shotram chakshu sparshanam cha rasanam granam evacha adishtayam manaschayam vishayan upasevate. There's a way in which material nature is so kind to us that whatever we want, she awards us. So if I've developed a kind of consciousness like, say, our friends the pigs, and the material nature then calculates that you have a desire like a pig, so we'll give you the body of a pig to accommodate that. That's what Krishna is saying, that everything's accommodated. And ukramantam stitam vapi bhunjanam vagunanvitam vimudanana pashyanti jnana chakshusha. He uses the word ukrama, which means to step out. So he's saying, at some point, the soul that's in the body will step out. It leaves the present gross material body. And he said, if somebody's trained in Krishna consciousness, then they understand what's taking place. But if not, then they're bewildered by the change. And that's one of the points Krishna makes earlier in the Bhagavad Gita, in the very famous verse, Dehinosmin yata dehe komaran yovaranjara tata dehantara prapti dhiras tatra namuyati. And that is that if one has become dhira, that is sober-minded and can see things as they are, then that person's not disturbed even by the change of body that one has to go through when one leaves the present body. So
Yenevra Vindaksha Vamuktamani Nastvayastabha Budhaya means that the intelligence must become purified, because if one takes some remedial measure but doesn't purify the consciousness, then one's obligated again to cohort with the material nature. However, if one is able to purify the senses by serving Krishna, as is mentioned by Rupa Goswami in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, who gives this very helpful verse about the process of devotional service, where he says, Sarvapari vanir muktam tapratmena nirvalam rishikena rishikesha sevanam bhakti ruchite. And that means that devotional service includes using all the senses in Krishna's service. And when you do use your senses in Krishna's service, then they become purified. And when the senses are purified, then they take on their original nature, which is that they all want to engage in Krishna's service. When we engage our senses in sense gratification, then we suffer because we can't actually taste anything through these senses that's eternal. And Prabhupada used to give this example, that if you wrapped gauze around your tongue and then you tried to eat a rasgulla, that would be an approximation of the experience we have in the material world. We can't get any real taste through the material senses. But when they're purified, then, as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Vishaya virivartande nirahasa dehina rasavarjam rasopyasya param drushvandavartate. We can taste something much higher than we're getting here in the material world. And he said, once you've experienced a higher taste, then you immediately forget the lower taste. It's not a matter of restraint anymore. And that's real liberation, when one has something better. Bhakti Yoga is experiential. In fact, in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Havi Yogendra says, Bhakti Parishanu Bhava Virakti Ranyata Traisha Trika Ekakala Prapadya Manasya Tashnata Tushti Pushti Shud Apayonugasam, which means that he's comparing the practice of bhakti yoga to eating. So he says when you eat food when you're hungry, should I have not brought that up? That there's three things that happen. Tushti, pushti, shud, apayo, which means you feel nourishment, satisfaction, and your hunger diminishes. With every morsel that you eat, then your hunger goes away. And in bhakti, when you practice devotional service, when you engage your senses in Krishna's service, then there's a way in which you naturally feel connected to Krishna, bhakti. And anubhava means that you're able to perceive within yourself and within all things that Krishna is there. You see it directly. And finally, he says, virakti anyatra. That anything that's not connected to Krishna, you no longer have an interest in. Just like when you eat food and you're satisfied, if somebody asks you if you want more, have you ever had this experience? You're very hungry, and there's some food that you particularly like, and you take a little bit, then you take a little more, a little more, a little more, then you're satisfied. Someone is, take more. And he's like, I don't want any more. So this is an analogy that one of the Yogendras is giving for when one takes to the practice of devotional service and when senses become purified and one experiences
natural happiness that comes from serving Krishna. He said, I'm not interested in anything else, I'm full. But there's one slight nuance to that the acharyas point out. They say that we never become fully satiated by performing devotional service. Any analogy has some point at which it doesn't completely explain this experience. And bhakti, although we're no longer interested in material sense gratification, said still we have an insatiable appetite for Krishna consciousness. And this is one of the signs also of advancing in spiritual practice, is that one's taste for spiritual activities becomes spontaneous. Spontaneous means you don't have to think about it. You just like it. And you go there. No one has to explain to you that it's a good idea if you do this. You don't have to explain it to yourself either. You just like it. And there's a way in which Kriti Sadhya Bhavet Sadhya, that Rupa Goswami says when you start sadhana bhakti, which means the practice of devotional service, you may not have a complete taste for it because the senses still want their kinds of sense gratification and they're not experiencing that ultimate pleasure that I was describing that Krishna says one experiences when one has purified senses. Therefore, in the beginning, Krishna says, Evam buddhi param buddvasam stabhyatmanamatmana jahi shatram mahabaho kama rupa durashadam. That one should fortify one's intelligence in the beginning of the practice of devotional service, especially by hearing from the Bhagavad Gita. Because we may not have a taste, but if our intelligence becomes fortified and we develop what is called vivek, or discrimination, about what's good for me and what's not good for me, then I'm able to perform devotional service even if it seems to be perfunctory. That is, I show up to do my chanting, for instance. Those who practice devotional service keep a certain practice, a number of rounds of japa that they chant every day, right? Better say yes. And some days the mind says, I don't like this. Maybe there's something more better, something that I can do that would be more interesting. This is one of the ways one can tell that the mind isn't purified, because it's not spontaneously attracted to chanting Hare Krishna. However, if one continues to practice, then we know from Rupa Goswami, who gives another analysis, he says, what does he say? Set Krishna nama charitari sitapta vidyapito patapta rasanasya rochikanu Kintvavarad anudilam kalusaiva justa swat vikramat bhavati tadkara mulahantri. He compares this affliction that chanting Hare Krishna doesn't appeal to me. He says it's like the disease that one gets, which is called, the hope one doesn't get, it's called jaundice. Jaundice creates an overload of bile within one's body. When you see somebody with jaundice, they're yellow because there's so much bile in the system. What's more, another symptom of jaundice is that everything tastes bitter because the bilious secretion that's overwhelming the body is also on the tongue. So when you eat something nice, like I noticed I got a little rise when I said rasgulla earlier. So I'll say rasgulla again. Rasgulla, if you take a rasgulla when you have jaundice, it tastes terrible even if it's from K.C. Das in Calcutta. So, hey, that place is bona fide. So, Prabhupada said. So, he gives the example of sugarcane juice. Everyone knows that sugarcane juice is very sweet. And everyone here has probably had the experience on a hot day. You go by, the person grinds it nowadays by machine, and then the juice comes out right from the stalk, and you take a little clay cup, hopefully, and maybe a little lime and some ginger. Sorry. And you take some sugarcane juice. Oh, it's so satisfying because it's so sweet but nutritious at the same time. But if you have jaundice and you drink that, you'll think it tastes terrible. I know people have had jaundice and have described what it tastes like, but I won't mention that. You can leave it to your imagination. It's repulsive. So why does this come up in a spiritual literature, this analogy by Rupa Goswami? He says, when you have jaundice, one of the curatives is sugarcane juice. Isn't that amazing? It helps you to heal faster from the affliction of jaundice. So he said, just like when you're afflicted with jaundice and you drink sugarcane, you do it at first because the doctor said to do it. You don't care for the taste, but you do it anyway because your intelligence has developed. And gradually, as you drink the sugarcane juice, you start to notice for yourself that it tastes better and better, and finally it tastes sweet as it should. So Rupa Goswami says that it's the same with chanting Hare Krishna. In the beginning, when I chant Hare Krishna, it seems to be not very sweet. But if one continues to chant Hare Krishna as one would do for any medicinal prescription, then gradually one's disease, which is called, and it's a horrible disease, it's called avidya, ignorance. It dissipates, and then one can taste the sweetness of chanting Hare Krishna. This puts one on the safe side of life, where one no longer is interested in material sense gratification. There are various levels of advancement in devotional service which are described by our acharyas. One in particular is Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, who says, Adau Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangata Bhajana Kriya Tato Narta Nivriti Set Nishta Ruchistata. That he says, Adau Shraddha Tata Sadhu Sangata Bhajana Kriya Tato Narta Nivriti. So he describes how in the beginning, when we take the devotional service, there's a sense of appreciation for the process. That, oh, this seems like a good idea. And you see others and you admire that they're doing devotional service, and you think you'd like to take it up. This is the beginning called Shraddha. And from Shraddha, then one seeks association with devotees. We want to be around devotees and learn from them, hear from them, emulate what they're doing. This is called sadhu sangha. And from sadhu sangha, there's bhajana kriya, which means that one decides to take it seriously, it meaning devotional service. And bhajana kriya might include what Rupa Goswami says, out of 64 items of devotional service are vital for one to move forward. Adau Guru Vashrayam, one accepts a shelter of a guru, and then one inquires, asks questions, and one takes initiation vows and says that I'm going to do this with a vow. And as one enters into that, one then finds that there are obstacles on the path of practicing devotional service. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur lists the obstacles. First, he said, is sleep. Not that you can't sleep, everyone should get enough sleep. But he says, when you're doing your chanting, then you suddenly feel sleepy. That's odd, because I wasn't sleepy before, But when you start to chant Hare Krishna, then you, this, he said, is one of the obstacles to nishta, or steady practice in devotional service. The next obstacle he lists is distraction. He said, you have every intention of chanting, but as soon as you pick up your beads and you start chanting, then your mind thinks of something else that you should do right away. And it usually involves a phone or a computer. There are so many pressing engagements, and the mind then jumps to those things instead of being fixed on finishing one's vow. This is an obstacle. And then he said, there's a state of mind which is an obstacle, which is indifference. You're not sleepy at all. You're not distracted by anything, but you just don't care. And you can't motivate yourself. It's hard to just do it. And this is one of the obstacles that he lists. And then he says that because of our association with the material world for many lifetimes, our senses also are a reservoir of bad qualities. And at first, those bad qualities may manifest themselves in the form of anger or lust or greed, and that becomes an obstacle to our practice of chanting Hare Krishna. The definition of steadiness or nishta bhakti is that one's removed these obstacles from the path of devotional service. So this requires practice. And in the beginning of the day, we heard from His Holiness Giriraj Swami, who quoted from Burijan Prabhu, when someone here had asked about how to chant japa and how to overcome obstacles. Maharaj answered by quoting Burijan. He said, you must enter the fight. He said, you must fight for it. You have to fight for it. That was good advice. Or I should say, I know it was good advice. It was helpful advice. Because one may think that once I start chanting Hare Krishna, then the nectar will start flowing down as if from Niagara Falls. And maybe I'll start rolling on the ground, tears coming from my eyes out of ecstasy. But often what happens when we start chanting Hare Krishna is we start noticing all our anarthas more than we did before. Just like if you've ever tried to, or started, I know you've tried to, we all have clean up your room or your house. Once you start cleaning, you notice there's a lot more than you thought. What's more, the more you clean, you start thinking, well, my curtains are really old anyway, and I need a new bedspread, and this chair, everything looks like it's substandard, and I want to upgrade it. So when we actually take a look at our existential condition, and we take seriously the practice of devotional service and chanting Hare Krishna, when we become self-observant, we may then notice there's a lot more obstacles than I thought before. But we mustn't worry, because they're no match, says the Srimad Bhagavatam, for the power of the holy name. It's not that anyone is permanently inhibited from practicing pure devotional service. And Prabhupada points this out in his teachings, especially one I'm thinking of now about japa. And he says, the holy name and pure devotional service is equally available to everyone. It's not that somebody has a birthright to it and other people don't. Everybody is eligible, equally so. He said, just like the sun gives light, nourishment, nutrition to everybody. But if you close yourself in a dark room and you pull the curtains, you won't be able to take the benefit of the sun. So similarly, we may have some obstacles, when we start to chant Hare Krishna. So it's in the fight to remove these obstacles that we advance in devotional service. And fortunately, we don't have to do all the fighting ourselves. We do have to willfully take up the practice. But if we use our free will to stay with the practice and fight for our advancement, then Krishna will certainly help. As he mentions, or as Sutta Goswami mentions in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the famous verse, which will immediately make you want to follow along when I say it, because it's such a beloved verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and everybody here knows it. Shrinvatam swakata Krishna punya shravana kirtana shrityantaksto hyabadrani vidunoti suritsatam. This verse says that when you use your free will to practice hearing about Krishna, then there's a way in which Krishna, as our friend within the heart, helps us to remove these obstacles that keep us from experiencing our relationship with him. And the word used is vidunoti. This word vidunoti means one who helps to purify. And there's a parallel meaning of this in cotton farming. When you pick cotton, it's filled with impurities. There's seeds and there's particles from the plant that get mixed in. How do you remove those? Some ingenious person created a device. I don't know what year. If somebody asked Siri, they could probably find out what year the vidunoti was invented. But it looks like a primitive instrument. It resembles almost a bow, for a bow and arrow. And the way it works is the cotton is placed on the strings of these bows. And then they're vibrated. And once they're vibrated, what year? 1793, says Siri. Then, is there a picture? You don't have to show it to everybody. I just want an eyewitness to say, I'm not making stuff up here. I actually looked it up. It's uncanny that there it is, here. Vidunoti. It works by chords that are vibrated. It creates a certain kind of sound vibration that agitates the cotton, and it causes the heavier particles to fall down. And it leaves the the lighter substance above the cotton. That's vidunoti. Isn't it uncanny that it's in this verse, Shrinvatam Swakata Krishna, and that's a name for Krishna. As Rupa Goswami mentions in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, one of the names for Krishna is Vidunoti. Why? Because when we put ourselves in front of transcendental sound vibration, it vibrates in such a way that Krishna is inclined to take away the obstacles on our path. And we will notice, says the Srimad Bhagavatam, that we're partway there. Have you ever noticed when you're taking medicine of a certain kind that you may have a couple days where you're wondering if this actually works? And then you maybe get to the third day and say, well, I feel a little something. Maybe there's hope. And then there is a day when you're taking the medicine and then you say, it's working for sure. And then you come to full health. Well, there's a series of thoughts that are put together after Shrinvatam Swakata Krishna. The next one is Nashta Prayeshu Abhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavat Yutamo Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtiki, which says that if you continue chanting and hearing, then you'll come to an interim stage where you're aware that it's starting to work. It hasn't worked completely. There's still some impurity within the heart, but still you notice that I'm getting better. That's a happy day when you're taking medicine for some illness, isn't it? Because first you have to trust the doctor and you have to trust the medicine. You go and you get the best type of advice you can get from the best doctor, isn't it? You don't go and they got their medical degree on YouTube. You find somebody went to the reputable place, they did their stint in medical school, they've practiced and they know what they're doing. So you have some faith. And then you also ask a little bit about the medicine. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you pick it up at the pharmacy, they'll probably tell you anyway, even if you don't want to know. They'll say, this is what it does. We know pharmacists, they tell us these things. So then you take the medicine and it starts to work. This is Nashta Prayashu Bhadrishu. Then, Tada Rajas Tabo Baba. Tada means, tada. It actually means at this time, there's a certain time when you have that tada moment where you say, wow, it worked, tada. Tada Rajas Tamo Bhava Kama Lubadayasche Cheta Iter Anavidam Stitam Sattve Prasidati. That said, at a certain point you'll notice and you'll see very clearly for yourself that the lower qualities that have accumulated in your heart and mind have now been so far diminished that you feel free. Evam prasana manasa. What's the result of that? How do you feel? How does the patient who's getting better from some particular disease know he or she's getting better? Well, there's a description. Your skin starts to clear up, or whatever the disease might be, like jaundice. You'll notice that you're not yellow anymore. That's one thing. And then he says, Evam prasana, Sutta Goswami, Evam prasana manaso Bhagavad Bhakti Yogata, Bhagavad Tattva Vijnana Mukta Sangha Sajayate. This is a stage of advancement in spiritual practice of bhakti where your mind becomes happy. Isn't that nice that this is one of the first symptoms? It's something that Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita also when he says, Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma. Similar, same actually. Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma. When you become spiritual, you already are spiritual, but when you become uncovered from the idea that I'm this body and I'm attached to the material world, this is called asat trishna. I have a thirst for temporary things, which Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, it's him, not me, it's really stupid. Because he says that yehi sam sparshacha bhoga dukkha yoanaya evate adyantavanta konteya nateshu ramate buddha. A person, he's more tactful, he says a person who's intelligent doesn't get attracted or attached to things that are temporary because it just causes misery. So Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma, when you become spiritual, aware that you're not your body, and you have a clear idea of what the goal of life is, to serve Krishna, and you're inclined towards it, then your mind becomes happy. Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma. Happy for no reason. It's the title of a book. There was an author here when Radha Swami was here. She what? What's her name? That's too hard to say. I can't pronounce it at this time of night. Unless you later give me a rasgulla, maybe I can do. But I never read her book, but I really like the title, Happy for No Reason, because we're naturally happy when we're in our spiritual state, when we're uncovered from the fetters of matter and the worries that come up when I think I'm my body. So there's the way in which when one becomes uncovered, unencumbered by matter, then evam prasanna manaso Bhagavad bhakti yogataha Bhagavad tat vijnanam mukta sangha sijayate. There's a way in which one becomes very clearly aware of one's real position in life. And one also knows and sees for oneself that one's become freed from the material condition. And that's the next verse, which says, Vidyate hridaya grantish chijante sarva samshaya shiyante chasya karamani drishtva eva manishvare. Describes how we have a knot in our heart. If you've ever felt it, if you've been attached to somebody and it didn't work out, or which is pretty much 100%, because one way or another something separates us, even if we're very attached. So there's a way in which we have this knot that binds us to this world, and it appears in the heart, the seat of all our emotion, and we become overwhelmed by these feelings of attachment to the material world. So it's not that one becomes unfeeling, quite the opposite, when one advances in devotional service. It's just that attachment that we naturally have for people and things in this world becomes satisfied, because when we're attached to Krishna and we're bound to Krishna with affection, then we're in our constitutional position. And in that constitutional position, we're naturally happy. So what's being cut is not our tendency to love, but our tendency to love that which doesn't love us back. Vidyate hridaya grantish chidyante. Chidya means to cut. So there's something that's cut, and it's our attachment to the material world. If you've ever been burdened by a debt or by a relationship that you just couldn't shake, or something like that, and then somehow or other, mercifully, it's cut, you suddenly feel free, right? So there's a way in which, at a certain point, by Krishna's mercy, by the practice of our devotional service, we'll be set free. And that way, even when we're in our body, we're still in a material body, we're no longer conditioned by it. We're free, even though we're in the body. This is called Jivan Mukta. And this happens by the practice of devotional service. Some acharyas have compared it to a coconut. If you have any experience with coconuts, you must live in South India or Hawaii. And coconuts are green to start with, but when they dry out, then the inside becomes loose. And similarly, when one is immature in the practice of devotional service, it seems like we're our bodies. But when we dry out our material desires by the practice of devotional service, we transfer our affection to Krishna. And there's a way in which we start to see the difference quite naturally between ourself and our bodies and minds. And we become liberated even while we're in this life. One who's liberated even in this life, then upon leaving the present material body, doesn't take birth again in this material world, but is accommodated as Krishna accommodates through his material nature every living being according to his or her desire. He similarly accommodates all those who have heartfelt desire to serve him. And there are different modes in which people want to serve Krishna. Itam satam brahma sukhanabhutya dasyam katanam paradaivatena mayashritanam naradarakena sakamvrajarukrita punya punjaha. Some people are attracted only to one aspect of Krishna, which is called the Brahman effulgence. From Krishna emanates all energies, and one of the energies that comes from Krishna, or as an aspect of Krishna, which is all-pervading, as is Krishna himself, is his effulgence, which is creative. Yasya prabha prabhavato jagadanda koti koteshva shesha vasudari vibhuti binam tad brahma nishkalam anantam ashesha bhutam govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. And for those who are attached to the impersonal aspect of the Lord, Krishna gives facility for them to be merged into that effulgence. For those who have a sense of Krishna's grandeur as the supreme master of everyone, for instance, in Vaikuntha, Vaikuntha Loka is an aspect of the spiritual world. As described in the Brahma Samhita, Goloka namni nijadamni taleta tasadevi mahesha haridama suteshu teshu te te prabhava nijaya vihitascha govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami. It's a little bit of explanation of where we are. Lowest of all is located Silicon Valley. No, just kidding. Devi Dham. Devi Dham is what's ruled over by Maya Devi herself. Above that is Shiva's abode. Above Shiva's abode is the abode of Vaikuntha, where is Lord Narayan. He has his grandeur, and the devotees there worship him with reverence. But above that, there's Goloka Vrindavan. This is called the topmost planet in the spiritual world. And there's a different mode of worship there. The devotees in Goloka Vrindavan have unceremonious love. It means they don't see Krishna as God, because as we know from Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, he was a friend of Krishna's. But at the onset of the Battle of Kurukshetra, when Krishna had a discussion with Arjuna, and Arjuna turned to Krishna and he said, let's not be friends for now. I'm going to accept you as a spiritual master. And you please teach me. What happens in the 11th chapter of the Gita? Krishna shows his universal form to Arjuna. And Arjuna's response is, oh, I made so many offenses to you, being your friend. We used to hang out. And I used to make jokes at your expense. This is friendship. When you're friends with somebody, you can make a joke at their expense and then you both laugh. But when you say, oh, my friend is actually God, as Arjuna said, I was like, I'm really sorry. I didn't know. And there's this kind of separation. The friendship starts to be suppressed. So in Goloka Vrindavan, there's a way in which there's a kind of love where the devotees don't see Krishna as God at all. In fact, his friends play with him and they wrestle. When we're, for instance, if you go to any temple, you have to be very careful. South India, Udupi, you can't wear a shirt, you got to wear a chadar. You have to, there's protocols, like even when you go to see Venkateshwar, there, last time I was there, it said, hurry through, they're going to push you through anyway. So I got there, all the way to the front of the line after we waited 2 hours. And as soon as I got up there, I thought, I'll be dutiful and I'll just keep going. So the Pujari grabbed me and he held me and he said, see God. I said, okay, I'm seeing God. And then I started to move again. He said, no, see God. And there's this sense of reverence. There is God. But in Goloka Vrindavan, there's no sense of reverence at all. In fact, this is what we call Krishna at home. He's not at the office. He's home with his family. You know when you go home with your family, you don't want to talk business. You don't want to see any of your business associates. You don't want to take any phone calls. You just want to be there and be yourself. So Vrindavan is Krishna being himself. And natural love of Vrindavan. That's a kind of result of practicing devotional service as was given by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Of course, many types of people come to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the practice of devotional service, and whatever kind of inclination they have to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whether they're more attracted to Ramchandra, or they may be more attracted to Vaikuntha rather than Vrindavan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accommodates everyone. But the predominance of devotees who approach Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu aspire to Goloka Vrindavan in the spiritual world. And all this can be attained by following in the footsteps of the disciples of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called the six Goswamis, who have left behind a very clear process by which one may worship Krishna in a certain mood, and by that, when one leaves this mortal coil that we're now held by, and has a sentiment in one's heart for Krishna in a certain way. For instance, in this example, for Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan, then that desire is accommodated by Krishna, who takes us back to the spiritual world. So Janmāṣṭamī is a time in which one may regather one's purpose. It's said in a book I read by a pastor who has a very successful, he retired, but he had a very successful congregation in Southern California. I went to visit it. He said, unless you remind yourself and everyone else in your group every 30 days what your mission is, then everyone goes off in different directions. Because the world is pulling us, our minds are pulling us, and we may forget our purpose in life. It's very easy to do. So Janmāṣṭamī is a good time to renew our sense of purpose. I was going to say urgency, and I think I will, because there is a kind of urgency that we have a very temporary situation we're in now. In fact, the poet Jayadev, I believe, said, Kamala Dala Jala Jivana Talamala, which means that we're kind of like a little drop of water on a lotus leaf. And those who know lotuses and have watched water bead up on a lotus, you know that it's not stable at all. It can roll off at any time. So he said, our life can end at any moment. And the main purpose of our lives is to develop love for Krishna. It's to make spiritual advancement. We don't want to be caught halfway there. We know stories in the Bhagavatam of Bharat Maharaj. He made a lot of spiritual advancement, but he got distracted in his practice in a dramatic way, which obligated him to take birth as a deer in his next life. And boy, was he sorry about that, because he remembered how far along he was. In the next life, he took birth as Jad Bharat. Jad means dead to the world. Like Jada Bhuti means you got no intelligence. Jad Bharat means he didn't have one scintilla of attraction anymore for the material world because of what he had been through. So this is the progression of the successful soul to come to the human form of life. Labvam sadurlabam idam bahusambhavante manushamartanam anitam apihadira. Krishna says in the Bhagavatam that it's so rare, the opportunity to get a human form of life. Labvam sadurlabam, it's sudurlabam. You don't get this very easily. You can't put in for it. Doesn't matter if you have $1 billion. You can't say, I would like another human body. And by the way, how about Cupertino? Doesn't work that way. You go to any far-flung place, you have no idea where you're going to go in your next life. So that's why Krishna is saying, Labam sadurlabam idam bahusambhavan manusha martanam anityam apihadira. He said, this is temporary arrangement, this human form of life. He said, so the smartest of all are those who can take this temporary arrangement that's been made and parlay it into something eternal. And that's what spiritual practice does. People sometimes think, oh, well, take time, make money first, later on worry about spiritual life. This is backwards. Prahlad Maharaj said, Komara acharet pragno dharmam bhagavatamiha. Start when you're Komara, when you're a little child. Because just like investing, if you start when you're young, compounded interest, you know the story, you'll be a millionaire by the time you're 30. So same thing with spiritual practice. Start as soon as possible, start young, and practice every day, because you want to transfer the temporary arrangement you have into an eternal arrangement. And if you miss the opportunity, it's the greatest loss. So that's why we hold this temple open, this space. This space is to give everyone an opportunity to come here and get information. For instance, we're an informational center. If you come here on any given day of the week, you'll find that our parking lot is full of pallets of books. Last year, we distributed over $1 million worth of books in Silicon Valley. And those books we take very seriously, because we're talking about Bhagavad Gita, arguably the most important spiritual book in the entire world. There's nothing as clear and concise as the Bhagavad Gita. What to speak of the fact it's directly spoken by God himself. There are many other spiritual literatures in the world which we also revere and respect, but they're spoken thousands of years after the fact. They're spoken by other people, representatives and so forth. Bhagavad Gita is spoken by Bhagavan. He's speaking for himself. That's an important message for the world to have. And also, this temple is meant for Sangha. Just like all day today, aren't we also happy because we're here sitting with one another? What are we doing here anyway? It's almost midnight. All we care about is seeing Krishna together, right? That's satsang. And we have to have satsang because when we have association, Krishna says, Purusha prakritisto hi bhunkte prakriti jan gunan, karanam gunasangosya sarasad yoni janmasu. Whoever you associate with, you'll pick up the qualities of. I didn't like that sentence. I'm going to do it again. When you associate with people, you take on their qualities, period. Krishna says, Karanam gunasangosya, the cause of your sat and asat, all your good and bad qualities, or situations in life, or your existential situation in general, is all because of the way that you've associated with yourself. So we keep these doors open and this infrastructure here, which we purchased 12 years ago, and now we're looking to expand because obviously we're bursting at the seams. So we're we're taking steps towards developing more facility in Silicon Valley. We feel that the Bay Area is the most ripe for those who are interested in spirituality. California itself is a very open-minded place. A lot of spiritual seekers here. What to speak of Silicon Valley? I grew up here in the Bay Area, and I've always had a dream to have a splendid center and full facility all over Silicon Valley so that the good people here could come and take advantage of it. Those from all cultures can come together and take advantage of Bhagavad Gita. Those who speak all different languages can come and read Bhagavad Gita in their own language and take up the practice of bhakti yoga for themselves. It's a universal process. It's not a religion. It's not sectarian. It's meant for the soul. And everyone's a soul in a body somewhere. So we're so thankful to all of you for making this your destination today. It's the numbers I'm hearing outside, which was actually over 2 hours ago, over 10,000 people have come already today. And I mean, that was 2 hours ago, so you're all still coming in. So it's very heartfelt to be with all of you and to have this opportunity that we all get to chant together. And now in about 11 minutes, we'll have our midnight artik. We're going to stand up for the artik because we can fit more people that way, we've calculated. And we'll have a kirtan, and afterwards, actually I don't even know what's happening. Why am I even saying? Does somebody want to tell me what's happening? There's prasadam? You get all this and prasadam too? Well, I guess it's a case in point. Krishna's so kind. He gives us association, he gives us prasadam, everything. Anyway, it's such a delight to see all of you, to be with you. I thank you all day. I've seen some of you sitting here for 10 hours today. It's just, there's a bond we have here. So even if you can only come once a year, please keep coming. If you can come more frequently, we have so many programs. I'm sure you all saw them as you walked in. We're a developing community, and there's so many good people here, really smart and dedicated. So if you want to come here and join in, we're on the move. We're going to do big things here in Silicon Valley, and we would love your help if you want to be part of it, making history here in America. We would like to make a shining example for the world of what Krishna consciousness can look like when it's done with service in mind. So since nobody's come forth to tell me the schedule, I'm going to guess, which is not too hard. We're going to have an artik ceremony. So in about 3 or 4 minutes, we'll stand up and position ourselves so we can be there for the 12 o'clock midnight artik, the time that Lord Krishna appears in Mathura from Devaki, and then Krishna takes baby all the way to Vrindavan and Gokula, and supposedly trades him out for the girl. As many of you might have heard Giriraj Maharaj's lecture earlier, there's a lot more to the story, but it's too late now. So, dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev, on this day of your birthday, Janmāṣṭamī, so desire, please empower us all here in Silicon Valley. We may work together as one community to help expand the great teachings of the Bhagavad Gita and the process of Bhakti Yoga to all the people of Silicon Valley. Let us build a shining community here that will expand all over the Bay Area and give people an opportunity to take advantage of the rare human form of life. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone agrees with this prayer in whole or in part. Please unmute and say Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. And as we like to say at the end of any program, we offer our respects to everyone. Vansha kalpatarubhascha kripa sindhabhevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo. So we have a lot in this room here. Let's just try to make, anyway, most of you are from India. You've been to big temples, and you know what it feels like to be at a big event, so don't mind. If you get jostled, that's part of the program, right? So we'll stand up and be friendly with one another and get a position ready for our evening artik. We could put all this away and any obstructions. This table can go. you. Take care.
We're getting you ahead. Arjun's gonna get it.
Thank you. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prachayane Nirvishesha Shrivani Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Is that on? Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Divine Vaisesika Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Trivraj Gacharya Stotar Shimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavini Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Zikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gokobina Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Sri Vrindavan Nam Ki Jai. Sri Mayapur Navadip Dham Ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai, Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki jai, Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi ki jai, Sambeta Bhaktivedanta ki jai, Shri Krishna Janmāṣṭamī Mahotsav ki. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada Lada Dayane Hiranyakashipur Bhakshaha Shilatanka Nakalaye Ito Nishingha Parato Nishingho Yato Yamitato Nishingha Bahir Nishing out of the game, Nishingo Nishingamading Sharanam Prapadye Tavakara Kamala Bode Nakama Duta Shingam Dalita Hirana Kashi Putanu Bingam Keshavadita Narahare Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Savakara Kamala Vare Nakama Duta Shingam Dalita Hirana Kashi Narahari Rupa Jai Nishingadev Jaya Jagadisha Hare. And now for the song you've all been waiting for, the favorite song of ISKCON. Sharira Vijaja Jyotindriya Tahika Jibe Pele Vishaya Shagade Dharma Jivayati Loba Moisu Durmati Take Jeta Katita Sanshade Krishna Bora Doya Moy Gori Bare Chihwa Jai Shaprasha Anna Dilobai Shayanamrita Pau Radha Krishna Guna Gao Preme Dako Shri Chaitanya Nihitai Preme Dako Chaitanya Nitai Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmani Vaishnave Sapa Punya Vatam Rajan Vishvaso Navijay Prasade Sarva Tukanam Hanirasyo Pajayate Prasana Cheta Soyashu Budipaya Swayupa Bhutta Shadganda Vasalankar Chachitaha Utishta Bojino Dasa Tavamayam Jaimahi Sanchahitaki Nadeshaniya Mastatana Kalaniya Mastata Prampamnam Vitam Shishter Bhoktarim Harabravit Bhagavad Shri Mahaprasadiki Goda Premanande Nitai Goda Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Goda Hari Bol
Thank you, everyone, for coming. We're just going to embark on cleaning. So if anybody wants to stay up all night and clean, we're cleaning the parking lot, we're cleaning the temple, everything tonight, because tomorrow is the divine appearance day of our spiritual master and the founder Acharya of ISKCON, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So we'll be up bright and early tomorrow. Either that or we'll not get a chance to rest, because we have to get everything in order to honor his Vyasa Puja celebration. It starts tomorrow morning. It's a heartfelt separation, going away from each other now, but we can always come back together again and keep doing this. It's what goes on in the spiritual world, is constant glorification of the Lord, and that's what we have going on here. So please feel free to come back. We really want your association, and we look forward to seeing you all soon. And if we don't, we'll come to your house. So better get over here. Thank you very much. Vanchakopdrishcha, Kripasanabhevcha, Patitanam Pavanibhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.